Hey everybody, hope you're having a great day today. I see now that I have some misconfigurations in here with my OBS Studio, so if you just give me 1 second, I'll go ahead and get that resolved. Alright. Now it's this that I want to change this. Alright, so I should be coming up now on the screen. That's good. Now let's just make sure it shows up with some other scenes I have set, and it sure does. That's awesome. Well, everybody, welcome. Hope you're all having a great night tonight. And we're going to go ahead and keep working on some of this stream setup business that I've been working on. And yeah, hope you've been enjoying it so far. And if for any reason my volume is coming in a little loud, please let me know. I'll go ahead and turn that down a little bit because it's even noisy for me. So, as you notice, we were working a bit on our button box. We had a little bit of an issue, to recap my last stream. We had a little bit of an issue with how variables came in. They were all typed to string, whereas the API we're using to interact with OBS started requiring different variable types. So, for example, the volume has to come in as a float, a floating point number, and the toggle whether to use something called MUL or decibels for the volume unit of measure. It was Boolean, strictly Boolean. So we were using HTTP variables to pass along those values, so they were all coming in a string. So we had to go do some explicit typing there, which was fun. So as you know, we got the API call done, and that's in a good spot. I think today was going to be a great day to start at least working on the very bare bones implementation of the front end, which we're going to be doing in React.js, because I don't know it very well, and it should be fun. So go ahead over here to Firefox. I'm going to go over to the React.js tutorial, which is their quick start. Now, the basic idea, the basic plan that we have is we're going to start with React.js. We're going to create just the individual app just to generally get it running, at least get the bare bones running onto the screen. Then from there, we're going to go ahead and install something called the Material UI. The Material UI is a library in React.js that brings Google's Material UI, Material Design, to a pretty easy, nice looking front end. So that'll give us some functionality there and a basic style guide to go by. So, when I'm in the middle of a stream and I'm doing something pretty complex, it'll be fairly straightforward, a fairly comfortable UI to reach over and tap buttons on. So here we are on the page. All right, so what we really want right now is the starter code. All right, what we're basically looking for is this right here. All right, so that's gonna go ahead and give me the basic first thing to run, if that makes any sense at all. Let's see. So we're gonna go ahead and close the backend, which has been in Python. We're gonna go ahead and create a that's a file. That's not a file. That's not what we want to do. We want to go ahead and create a directory called frontend. And I guess the first file I think is going to be called index.js. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure. But I really dig how VS Code just pops onto the fact that it's JavaScript. So, we're going to have to import React. Interesting. This is going to only show for some reason this is only showing the individual code, not necessarily any of the imports that we have to work with. So we're going to go over here to this local development tutorial they have. Okay. All right. Well, so this is it. So yep, index.js is the file. So we want to import React from React. All right, so that's not encapsulated with quotes. So import React from React. import React DOM. From React DOM. Please excuse me for flipping back and forth. When I'm setting out to learn something new, it's the easiest way for me to do it is to go back and forth between an example code and type it in by hand. So that's why you don't see me reaching out and just using copy and paste. That's for when I go to Stack Overflow. I don't need to import CSS because I'm not doing any CSS for at least right now. Now, and I don't want to call it game. What I want to call it is app. Yeah. Okay. So, I think that's the basic index.js, what we want to do for right now. And then, in a moment, we'll have to create a JS file that contains the app. This app, it's called a JSX component. And then from there, we'll continue down further and further in, depending on how deeply we need to go. Right now, the basic idea is a sandwich bar, an ice cream bar, or whatever they call it up at the top. Maybe a simple app, either a simple app menu or a tab interface, where going to different tabs brings up different things. So, for example, if I ever wanted to extend this into also a sound box, not a sound box, what is it called, like a soundboard, yeah, I could go ahead and do that. It'll be fairly straightforward, at least implementing the front end of it. Well, I don't know too much about the back end yet. I'd have to talk to my wife, who has those weird sounds, not weird, but she has those sounds on her channel, which if you haven't checked it out yet, community time, you should definitely do that. Let's see, I've seen this happen before. Okay, yeah, it doesn't work. I don't think I have that set up quite yet. Maybe we should do a stream on that. All right. So, okay, so we have app there. That's cool. That's good for right now. Then we want to go ahead and we have to figure out how to install Material UI. And I want to go ahead and I think it's MUI.com. Yeah, there we go. No, one of the things I do like about this is I do use Material UI a little bit for work. Has a really nice documentation. Oh my goodness. It has such nice documentation. Alright, so the way we want to do this is evidently npm install at MUI material. Alright, so down here, npm install at MUI material. Or not. That's right, we need to actually have an honest to God terminal open. npm install MUI material. Hi Wangati, how are you doing today? Alright, so so evidently the change, so last time I played with React on this computer, I did have the path for Node.js installed on my path, but unfortunately it did not seem to stick. So I'm gonna go ahead and ls opt Node.js, there it is. And if I recall correctly, what I have to do is add this path. All right. Just 1 second, y'all. Nope, don't know anything about cryptocurrencies. Nor do I want to. Cool. All right, so where were we? Yep, we're getting Node.js back in our path. So we're going to go ahead and go into Node. Go into bin here. So print our working directory. Then back over here. Yep, there's our VM. Oh, that's not good. All right, so now the path has our node installation in it. So let's go ahead and npm install MUI material. All right, so now we have it installing. Interesting. So I see that it pops up with node modules. I'm gonna have to do some additional research on that because I don't know whether node modules is something that is, for example, supposed to be forwarded to GitHub or backed up on GitHub, or if it's something like a virtual environment where it's created for each individual installation. So that's something to look into there. But I have Material UI ready to go. So good. So I think the first thing we want to do is make the general framework of the page. So basically a page with a button bar or the sandwich bar. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Material UI documentation. So starting over at MUI.com, I'm going to go over into docs. One thing I did notice is they have a lot of documentation on a lot of different versions, and I think npm install does install the latest version, but I just want to go ahead and make sure that we're looking at the right thing here. So go into node modules, MUI. Let's look at okay, yeah, so 5.0.0 alpha. So 5.0.1 will probably work okay for what the documentations for 5.0.1 will probably work okay for what we're trying to do. We might find some edge case difference, maybe, unless something majorly had to change, which in that case we'll find out soon enough. Okay. Okay, so starting off, the documentation is separated off into a few different things: frequently asked questions, example projects, so on. Gives you a few different templates. I don't think I want to do anything with the templates right now, but I will check them out at some point. So right now what I'm going to do is check out components. We're not looking at an input for right now. We're not looking to display data, although we will want a grid at some point. Surfaces, app bar is what I'm looking for first. That first app bar is going to be across the top of the page with app bar, then a drop down. So what would I use the drop down for? I might be including that feature just to have a silly bar at the top when I don't necessarily need to. No, I don't need anything like that. I don't need a search field. This is a prominent app bar, and yes, it is. Okay, so that's cool. Don't need a one on the bottom though. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and not use an app bar. Well, there's two. Well, maybe not. There's two ways I could do this. I can do this in a format where it has this app bar up at the top. Then I have just simple links left and right, where I could scroll through different functionalities and have it display what it is across the app bar. So what I initially intend to use this on is a small Raspberry Pi screen with a touch screen. So it may not be the best use of screen real estate if I use this. So I'm going to set that aside for a moment and just use those tabbed areas that I was talking about before. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and leave that alone then. And what we want to do as far as a layout is a grid. Now, a grid is pretty straightforward. It's exactly what's on the tin. We could set up a grid. We could set up how much space each individual component takes up, and yeah, we could basically do that. One thing to remember about a grid that I always find useful, even in, like I said, I don't use this very much. The screen is 12 units, and then we have 12 units per row to do what we need to do. Yeah, so we'll see how this goes. Fluid grid, see, so for example, what I was just saying before, 8, 4 equals 12, 4, 8 equals 12. So, yeah. All right. So, let's go ahead and take a look at the code for this. So what I'll need is pretty much everything from React. If we want to use styles, which I suppose we could. I just want to get the basics in place first. We'll need styles, but we'll need box, we'll need paper, and we'll need grid. Paper is what Material UI calls the surface of a web page. Paper gives it different components to act as a piece of paper would. So it's kind of an abstraction there. Then grid, of course, is the component we actually want to use to create our layout. So, so the grid is going to be in, yeah, this works. This makes sense. So the grid is going to be one box, which has a flexible grow property of 1, which I think, if I recall correctly, is true. We'll double check on that. So grid container spacing 2, 4, 8. Okay, so the item is, the container spacing is 2, so the number of pixels between each. This is 8, this is 4, that's 12. Then that ends one grid, so one grid is a row. Oh, you know what this is? This is overlapping into another grid. So let's go ahead and play around with this to see how to figure out how it comes along. So we're gonna go back over here, and then from, oh no, I will just go import grid from think it's MUI core. Oh, MUI material grid. There we go. All right. So we're not going to do it in this one. So our interface is, I actually want to go ahead and do our interface in a file called interface.js. So we don't need to import React right now. So I don't think we're going to be using anything directly React in this file. So we'll import grid from material grid. Let's also import box from MUI material box. All right. So how is this set up? So it's export default function. That's fine. Function interface. We're not passing any variables along, so we could go ahead and keep this blank. Go ahead and set that there. All right. So then we're going to return. So what are we going to return? Box, and the box is going to contain a grid. Okay. So then grid container spacing equals 2. What? Oh yeah, grid container spacing equals 2. So those are two separate. Sorry for jumping back and forth so much. So what I'll go ahead and do actually is I'm going to bring this over here so I can reference it while I'm typing. I think that'll actually, cause a little less seizure-inducing flips of the screen. So we're gonna go grid item XS equals 2. I figure at first what I'll want is just 6 buttons per row, so 2 will actually be just along the lines of what we need. Item. So okay, so I see what it's doing now. So if we go back over here to Firefox, what we see is it's actually using style to style the actual button, and it's kind of necessary for I guess the text of the button. So styled, it's going to be theme, typography, body 2, padding, theme spacing 1. This is all pretty straightforward, so I am gonna go ahead and copy and paste this. Move this back over. Let's see, is there a... Okay, no, so I can move this to other workspaces, but I can't move this to other monitors. Okay, interesting. So I am gonna go ahead and just grab this and copy and paste it in, so I could go ahead and move on with this. We'll call this button 1. So eventually what we'll need to do is change this out into a link. So instead of it being just a button that exists, it'll be an actual link. We could actually probably go ahead and functionalize that, mapping it to a variable so it's done programmatically, but we'll take care of that in a second. Yeah, so there's grid. So this is 2. So we'll do 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. So that should be 1 row of buttons right there. We'll go ahead and close off that grid. We'll close off that box. And then... Okay, so we'll finish that return, and then we'll call that. So this is exporting a function called interface. So back over in index.js, we're gonna go ahead and import interface from interface.js. I think that's the syntax we want to use. So back over here, down here in the terminal, we'll go ahead and type in npm start. Oh, or npm run maybe. Oh, okay, I know what I forgot to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, make sure I'm not gonna lose anything here. Just gonna throw it in a text editor. Because just in case, because down here in backend I have to type in, I think it's create React app. I knew I forgot something. I'm gonna go back over here to Firefox. npx create React app, calling it my app. Yeah, we don't. Okay, so all right, so I think I got that. So we're gonna rm rf backend. We're going to npx create React app. Call it backend. All right, so we see it's recreating our backend folder as package JSON. Let me take a look at that. Okay, interesting. It's going through its thing, doing its thing. Hey everybody in chat, thanks for joining me today. So to let you know what I'm working on a stream setup stream. So basically going through creating a few utilities that I want to have available for me while I'm doing my thing. In this case, what I'm doing is a React button box to help with OBS Studio in various ways. That's ultimately going to end up running on a Raspberry Pi that has a touchscreen interface on it. So please let me know if you have any questions out in the chat. I'd be happy to answer them for you. All right. So, okay. So this is what npm start basically needs. We're going to go ahead and delete this out of source. You know, VS Code's interface is not super clear about that, so yep. Good, so that's good. Then we go ahead and inside source, we're gonna new file. We'll call that app.js. No, not app. Do we call it app.js? Yeah, we'll call it app.js and put this back in there. Save that. Oh, it's still up here. Then we're going to create a new file. We'll call this interface.js. Save that. We're going to go ahead and not save these because they do not exist anymore. What the heck? I deleted the wrong folder. I deleted the back end when I meant to delete my front end. Go ahead and get revert to head. Actually, no, I don't want to revert that. X. Okay. This is fine. So if I type revert head, and that reverted my last commit, which is where I want to be. If I type revert head tilde 1, it should go to the one that was before, the one I just reverted. So that should fix it. Okay. So untracked files, we're going to just go ahead and git stash those. Even better idea. Let's just go ahead and recreate this. This repository. We're gonna have to redo the stuff with npm, but beats redoing our API. Okay, so there we go. That should be gone now. So seems to be holding on for dear life. Let's see what. There we go. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and git clone. Okay. Okay, so I was using GitHub at instead of git at. Okay. That explains that. All right. So we have our backend back to where it should be. Ugh. Git was a great idea. Thanks, Linus. Okay. So, back here in our project, we're going to npx create React app. Call it front end, as it should be. Okay, that's right, because I reopened it. The path is now invalid. So, current working directory. Put that. Export path equals paste colon path. All right. So npx create React app front end. All right, so go ahead and let this happen again. Thankfully, I took the one is none approach to backing this thing up. So I'm gonna go ahead and install this, and I'm gonna go ahead and install Material almost immediately. Trying to figure out if I'm trying to think if I need to install that inside the front end directory or if it's okay, so it has to be ran in the React projects root directory. Okay, cool. All right, so that's the React front end created. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this. And that. New file and source will be app.js. Grab that from the text file. New file, interface.js. All right, and we're back where we started, essentially. All right, so saving interface.js. Go back over here in the app. What I need to do is import interface from interface.js. That's right. Then we're going to change this over here to interface. Let's go ahead, go into front end. Npm install material. Is it material? Memory of a goldfish, I swear. MUI/material. Okay. All right, let's give this a few seconds to finish installing. Okay. Finally, npm start. Fingers crossed. Nope. index.js is something they couldn't find. Where is it expecting it? Okay, so let's go ahead and rename app.js to index.js. Save that. npm start. Okay, great. So module not found, can't resolve interface.js in home John projects, Twitch front end source. Cool. So this is interesting because it is index.js, interfaces is right next to it. Ah, okay, I see what's up now. So it's expecting interface with a lowercase I. I used an uppercase I when naming this. So let's see. Source index.js cannot find file interface.js does not match the corresponding name on disk. Cool. So let's go ahead and run npm start again. Okay. And close that out. Cool. Different error. It means we're making progress. So it's a syntax error. We're going to see a lot of those. Unexpected token at 1412. Okay, that means I probably didn't finish off some. Okay, I didn't finish off the box tag ahead of it. So go ahead and add a closing bracket there. Nice thing I like about this that I saw in my other Flask project I didn't see now, but I am seeing in this, which is cool. Whenever you change a file that gets compiled into it, it okay. Import styled from where? Now that particular thing, it was in components. It was in grid. Right, so let's look at the full source. We're importing style from MUI material styles. That's it. Okay, so we're importing everything from React now. That should give that module that it was missing to the program. So import asterisk from React. We're getting an unexpected token. Ah, okay. So the example here, it's saying import styled from import all as React from React. Okay. As React from lowercase React. So that should give it all the modules it needs to. Nope, still can't find something. Okay, so node modules MUI styled engine index.js module not found, can't resolve emotion React in. Okay, so let's go ahead and npm install emotion React. Okay, so evidently that's a module still needed to install. That's good. There we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and send it for an npm start again. Maybe that was a prerequisite of MUI that the npm script just didn't install for some reason. All right, let's see what error we get next. Okay, so emotion styled. Okay. Okay, MUI material styled. Okay, so this is something I probably typoed. Import styled from MUI material styles. Okay, so this is calling for styles, whereas in my app I called it styled. Past tense. So we're gonna go ahead and change this over to styles. It'll recompile. Oh, paper is not defined. Okay, so import paper from MUI material paper. Probably don't need to close those off with semicolons. Hey, look at that. It looks like it might have worked. Or not. Alright. Or it did. That's awesome. Okay, so here we have the buttons that we're looking for. We have 6 across this top, each taking up 2 units. Let's kind of play with that whole units thing. We take a look at do XS1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and save that. Go ahead and refresh. Oh, actually, we don't even need to refresh. We can see how we have one small button, one big button, one small button, one big button. I want to stick with the big buttons because that's going to just make it easier for me to type or tap quickly. I don't want to accidentally fat finger something and then send OBS into a scene that has absolutely nothing with what we're doing. But cool. That's my first stab at a completely from scratch React app. That was pretty fun. All right. So moving on, let's see if we could put this in. Oh, you know what? Let's see if we could go ahead and trigger some OBS scenes from this. So, first thing I want to do is I want to avoid as much technical debt as I can. Basically, but what I mean by that is I don't want to have to go over code I previously written and have to make changes to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on setting this particular button up, this whole bunch of repeated lines of code, to something a little simpler. The way I want to do that is something called a mapping. Basically, in JavaScript, you could take an array of variables and then map it to one particular variable that gets used iteratively for every instance in that array. It creates that. So how are we gonna have to do this? I'm gonna look into the documentation for tables, which is where I saw this last. It's not layout, it's table. There we go. All right. So yeah, this is exactly what I'm thinking of. We could see that it creates a constant, or it creates a function that takes in the values that you need, then returns the values. I don't know why this is necessary and why we can't just define them. But here it is. I'm sure whoever wrote these examples knows a ton more about JavaScript than I do, so I'm gonna follow along in the footsteps of my betters and use this function to create data. What that data is going to do is let's grab this first. All right, it's going to create data. Let's call this a little more. We'll create buttons. Call it create button data. There we go. We'll take a label for the button, a link for the button, and that's what we'll call that for the moment. And then it's going to return label and link. There we go. And we're going to create constant of rows, which equals okay, so what we'll do is we'll create the link to be what the API call has to be to create the effect that the button label has. So in this case, we'll go create button data, and then label will be a string. We could go ahead and single quote that, I think. We'll call it starting soon. We will call the link will be set scene, I think. Let me double check that. Do I have that in bookmarks? Yeah, cool. All right. Okay, so switch scenes. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that. So it'll be API call equals switch streams and name, is it name? Is it scene name? Scene name equals starting soon, which is a type string. Now, you may not have seen it, but in my last video, what I had to do is I had to create explicit variable typing for things that came into HTTP through HTTPS. So, or through HTTP GET variables, I should say. So we'll call that that. Just go ahead and make sure that go ahead and get the backend running. That's right. So since I deleted this VM, what I'm gonna have to do is source VM bin activate, and we're going to pip3 install our requirements.txt. Yeah, okay, there's I need to set Flask app equals API, I think. Flask run. Okay, there we go. So we'll go ahead and open this here. The 127.0.0.1.5000 API. I think I actually just saw it in my set current scene and scene names outro. Now that's not going to work because we're going to be missing some. Actually, that will actually work fine because it's coming in as a string, so it doesn't need to be explicitly set to a string. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what error Flask generated. Okay, so if split value is index error, so of course it couldn't split it. So not to get too into the back end of what we're doing here. So let's just do this. We're going to try split value split along the along the colon. We're going to accept index error, then data key equals value. Really, yeah. Had to revisit that for a second. All right. So what that's going to do is if it doesn't come in with any kind of specific type, it's going to default to string. So we should see this here switch to outro on OBS, but it didn't. Okay. Again, getting that list index out of range. Okay, yeah, because it's assuming this worked. So, of course, it's going to index error there. We have to put that here. I'm going to have to also reformat it. Okay, so basically the logic here is if the key that it's looking at isn't equal to call, which we don't need any typing on because it's a string, it's going to try to split the value along a colon that's inside the string. If no errors happen there, it's going to continue on until it either finds a particular type or it just outputs the initial value of the split value. So unless it's an index error, then it's just going to go to the value, which is going to keep it a string. And does this go to outro? It does go to outro. Cool. All right, so going back over to here. Great. So we know that works. That's perfect. So going back over to API, I'm going to go over to interface. All right, I'm gonna create button data left monitor with lower left camera. I might need to change these because I don't know how well that / is going to do in an actual URL safe thing. A URL safe string. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and look it up. All right. There we go. Okay, so I lost the idea of vocabulary there for a moment. So percentage 20 is the space bar. So / is going to end up being percentage 2f. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and leave that, but in this part there's probably a neat function to do this in JavaScript, but I do not have that at the moment. So let's see how these work. So we're generally going to have these to a spacing of 2. We don't need any of this since we're going to generate it not procedurally, but programmatically. Go back over here to where did I put that? There we are. Right, mapping is under. Okay, so rows. Let's see here. We're going to okay, so that's the variable rows map. We're gonna call each individual index of the array row. It's gonna come up with that left parenthesis. So after that, we're gonna go with a right parenthesis to close that out. And then in this area right here, that's where we're gonna do all of our programmatic generation of this button item. So let's actually take a look at this. The button item is just, or the item element is just theming, so I don't think anything is going to get in the way there. So let's go ahead and replace this. Let's see how they're doing it here. It's just a left curly bracket row dot item, or row dot index of the array, and then right curly bracket. So left curly bracket, row, label, and then we're gonna have to figure out something for link. Let's go ahead and take a look and see how MUI or material handles links. Okay. So it looks pretty straightforward. A basic link is link href equals £, though depending on when you were bored, you may call that hashtag. Link href hashtag link, and then I guess you would add the actual link in here. Let's double check these things. Okay, when providing the content for the link, avoid generic descriptions like click here or go to. All right. Okay, this is going to be as a part of a button, so I don't think the underline is going to be necessary. Or button link. Probably want a button link, to be honest. So if that's the case, do we need the individual item property? Okay. No, we actually wouldn't need the individual item property. It's going to be any styling that'll happen on the button link will have its own API to style it. So we're gonna go ahead and remove item, and we're gonna add link component equals button, then variant body 2 on click. We're not going to do that. We don't need to do an on click there. So there. Okay, I'm thinking here because see, link component equals button, that's fine. Variant body 2 on click, it pops up a console info alert saying I'm a button. That's great. And then it gives a button link, and then it closes it. Where do we give the label of the button? So let's take a look at the source code of this. I guess this is the link. All right, so let's look at the API, or that's the label, I should say. API is the variant. All right. So the components of this particular the properties of this particular element all have to do with styling, except ref. Where is ref actually put? Let's take a look at the link demo. Oh, okay, so part of the link should be href. Okay, that actually makes a little more sense. Okay, I got that now. All right, so another property will be href, and that'll be row. What did I call that? Link. But I only called it, but I'm only putting in the last part of it. So we're going to have to provide the http://127.0.0.1 5000 / row link. That'll be row label. Great. And we could just go ahead and link. Great. Cool. So let's go ahead and save this and see what errors we generate and see what we could do to then go ahead and... Okay, here's the error we generated. Perfect. So JSX value should be either an expression or a quoted JSX text. All right, let's go look at the link API there. Okay, so I see what it's saying. So I need to encapsulate this in quotes. And go ahead and change these out to single quotes just to maintain a style. Oh, you know what? Also, I don't need the... Yeah, don't need the... commas. All right. So unterminated regular expression. So it's looking at this grid right down here. Now, so this is grid. This grid is terminated by that grid. And this grid with container spacing is terminated by this grid. Did I forget a semicolon? No. So it's expecting a comma there. Oh, it's also expecting a curly bracket to close this section of this. So when you're doing mapping, it's treating that as a variable in and of itself. So I guess you also have to close that. So let's save this and unexpected token, expected comma. All right, you know what? I'll give it a comma. See what it does. Unexpected token. Anyway, let's take a look at that table reference again, then see where I'm messing up here. Okay, so maps the rows, pulls everything. I see at the end here, it's actually a double. Yeah, that's interesting. It's actually a double closing parentheses. Let's see why that is. Here's one open parentheses. Oh, there's a second open parenthesis, of course. Yeah, that's right, because it actually needs to close out. It's not this individual return up here. There's two here, closes one, and there's another one. So there's two to close out, which needs this right here. And then, all right, there we go. Okay, link is not defined. Better. All right, so we're gonna import link from MUI material link. All right, styled is defined but never used. That's okay. We could go ahead and take that out because that's right, we don't have a style component there anymore. Paper is defined but never used. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and remove that. All right, there we go. We've resolved all of our errors. We're gonna take a look at our React app here. Okay, so we actually have a start and soon button and a left monitor button. We don't have any CSS right now to make it look like a button, but it is at least, you know, generally coming up in this grid shape. All right, so let's see how we could go ahead and make it a button. All right, so we're gonna go back over to link here, and we're gonna take a look at link buttons. So I'm pretty sure I included link component button. I did, but it's not actually showing as a button. Maybe there's some kind of CSS here at play that we need to add that we're not seeing because we're not seeing the full source code. This is not the case. All right. All right. Let's take a look at the API. Okay. So it doesn't necessarily have something to do. Variant. Okay. So I see there's a variant here called variant button. So maybe that has something to do with that part. So let's see if they're going to make it easy on me. I'm going to go ahead and save that. And look at our React. No, they're not. That's ooh. Okay, so so let's take a look at that item code I deleted. There might be something to that. Now that was in Grid. I found that code, example of that code in Grid. Okay, so this is the API. I found it in the Grid component section. Does it link here? Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna return paper here. Import paper from MUI material paper. We're gonna import styles from MUI material styles. Okay. So this part is actually styled, and this is styles. That's not confusing at all. All right, so then we're gonna copy this items here, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to encapsulate this part right here in item. And this one down here in item. I think, yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Okay. No, I didn't want a fragment. So maybe this has to be inside the map. Look at that code example again. Yep, so inside the grid, item, then the item properties, and then close. So this needs to be inside that. Encapsulating link, essentially. I'm gonna go ahead and put that out there. Go ahead and clean this up a little bit so it's a bit easier to read. right, let's try this. Unterminated regular expression. Okay. I deleted a curly bracket somewhere. Silly me. Alright. So good. We got this compiling and hopefully displaying correctly now. Alright. So it is buttonish. It's buttonish. Let's go ahead and work on some of our styling here. Go ahead and go back to body 2 for the variant. We're going to also put an underline never. So that's good for just links, but we don't want to do that here. So we're going to go back over to the link component just to make sure that I have the right. Okay, so underline is none. It's starting to look a little better. So I need to throw in some additional formatting to the item property. The item. Oh, sorry about that. Took y'all for a ride there for a moment. Oops. All right. So I have to go ahead and So good. This is typography, body, padding, theme spacing, text align center, color, theme palette, text secondary. No. So let's go with background color. We're going to see if it accepts a color blue here. No. Okay, background color without a dash. There we go. It doesn't actually do anything to the buttons, but yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at this constant. So what is a constant of item? It's using the styled function, passing paper into it, the paper library, or the module. Then it's using theme somehow. And so it looks like it's injecting theme. Or at least passing it somehow. I gotta look one day at what arrow functions do in JavaScript. They seem pretty cool. So it's using theme typography body. It's using theme.spacing1. Okay, so we need to go ahead and look at the library for styles. Okay. Okay. So the styles is actually deprecated in Materials 5, which is what we installed. So let's follow the example for right now and just see what it has to offer here. If we have to change it later, we certainly will. So there's 3 possible APIs. There's make style. That's not what we're using. Though we could. All right, so None of this whatsoever is what I'm seeing. Um, maybe it's an aspect of paper. So I did notice it was being passed in. So, or being utilized somehow in that function. Hmm. There it is. Okay. On surface, use the variant propped. Okay, that's pretty cool. So I think this particular area here, this constant item, isn't actually needed at all. So we're gonna move that, remove that rather, and we're gonna remove this item section as well. We're going to do paper with a variant equals outlined, and we'll set like the elevation to like 2. Because in curly brackets, because it's an integer. We'll call that. We're gonna close this out and see if this compiles. Yeah, it's called, but it's never used. That's exactly correct. All right, so let's see what that did to our app. Okay. Okay. This is fine. All right, so I'm actually going to play around with this elevation a little bit more. Put 5, see if it actually does anything, because I'm noticing on the app itself, it doesn't actually put any shadowing around the edges there, which is kind of sad. But all right, so that is what it is. Let me go see what oh, you know what? Maybe because I'm including the paper section in the inside the grid component, or inside the link. What I actually need to do is put paper on the outside of link. That's a theory. Let's see how that works. So include it in grid, but put it outside of link. I will clean that up a little bit. All right, so let's see. All right, so it gets bigger, or it gets longer rather. Yeah, that looks maybe like 6 can fit in there. All right, so let me think. All right, so what we need to then do is apply some styling. So we're gonna go back to well, let's check out that MUI system. That's actually interesting because this is a newer version than I am used to, even the little bit I am used to it. So let's go to styles down at the bottom. So it's not styles anymore, it's be systems. SX prop. Okay, so this style is what we were originally using from the example. All right, so Alright, so all the MUI components are styled with the styled utility. This style is built on top of the styled module of MUI styled engine and provides additional features. Import path, you can use the utility coming from the MUI system package, or if you are using MUI material, you can import it from the MUI material styles. The difference is in the default theme that is used if no theme is available in the React context. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's try this again. We'll import styled from MUI material styles. Alright, cool. So good, that's in there. So the error we just got there is that styles defined but never used. No problem, that's good for right now. So what does it actually do? It uses MUI's default theme if no theme is available in the React context. It supports the theme style overrides and variants to be applied based on the name applied in the option, which can be skipped. Okay. It adds support for the SX property, which can be skipped. So that SX property, I think it allows CSS in the individual component itself. Alright. Yeah. So how do we use it? Oh, it adds by default should forward prop option that is taking into account all props used internally in the MUI components, which can be also overridden. Alright. So the API is styled component options styles component. I'm going to need an example. Hey, look, an example. Alright, so the constant of my component is a styled div. And it sets a color dark slate gray, a background color of Alice blue, padding of 8, and a border radius of 4. That's pretty much exactly what I want to do. More or less. Not necessarily that color scheme, but... Alright. So also evidently it uses create theme. So, oh, okay, so that create theme creates the theme property, which can then be further imported to individual components. I think I'm understanding that correctly. Let's see. Alright, so let's go ahead and give this a shot. We don't want to mess with the whole Steam theme, but we can definitely do one of these constants. I imagine it's exactly like what we had before. As a matter of fact, let's go back over to link. Or was it link or button? It was link, I think. It was not link. Grid, perhaps? Yes, this was it. Alright, so we're going to pull in item again. So we're going to take a look at this, and it's going to style paper, which is why we were able to use paper before. But we're going to pass a few different properties than this. So you know what? We're just going to hit Control Z until we're back using item again. Why not? Alright, cool. So we're gonna do a few different things. Okay, so it's going to be theme spacing 1, good. Theme typography body 2, that's fine. We want to do a different background color though. Let's take a look at what we have. These are pretty neat buttons. So we're gonna go ahead and go ahead and go back over to the styled API or the system API. Which is gone. Great. All right. Right, we're looking at styled. All right, so color, I'm gonna change to, I can do it like this. I think it takes hex values. Then background, color, Alice blue. Let's see what that does. Almost. Probably want a darker blue, so let's see if coloradobe.com is still a thing. Oh, they actually call it color now with the C and the normal spelling. That's cool. All right. So what I really, if you've never seen color before, it's pretty cool. You can basically pick a color harmony, basically analogous, monochromatic, triad, complementary, split complementary, double split, square, compound, shades. I want to do shades right now, so I'm going to do a shade of blue. And for my buttons, I like this C better. So that's going to be 0720F0. So we're going to call this 0720F0. I'm going to save that. Let's go ahead and take a look at our React app. Yes, cool. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Awesome. So let's go ahead and click one of these buttons to see if it forwards like we think it ought to should. Nope, doesn't work. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at page source. See if that's going to show us anything. No. Anything in the console help indicate what is going on when we click this thing? No. All right, so let's take a look at our code real quick. So row label is definitely being understood. Row link, I'm sure, is there. For some reason, that is not being understood. I wonder if it has anything maybe to do with these double quotes. Though I don't know why it would have anything to do with that at all. Okay, this is not working. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at... We'll go ahead and take a look at the link component again to see if maybe there was something I missed. No, it's link href equals and then whatever the text is in the middle. Alright, let's look at an example here. So it is href. I click it, it should work. Alright. Let's think about this here. It's not even registering as a link. Okay, so hey, all right. So for some reason with component button, it was, I guess, overwriting the actual link. Or there was some conflict, I guess, between link and paper and our style, which was interesting. That derailed a lot. But now that we see that it was called 127.0.0.1 5000, and it called it as row link instead of the API. So we need to figure that part out here. I am thinking double curly brackets. No. Okay. Okay. Alright, so let's do this. I'm betting it's because I'm trying to use a one of those map variables inside the string. But that's just a guess. So I'm gonna add this 5,000 up at the front here. Save that. And then for href, I am just going to pass row link. That worked. All right, so we're gonna restart this. All right, and we should go to the starting soon here in a moment. Error, invalid request type. Switch streams. No, it should be switch scenes. Alright, so let's go ahead and refresh this. Switch scene should be going to another error. Alright, so let's see what error it's giving us. It should pop up something in Flask, maybe. No. Let's see if maybe I'm messing up something with the call. Try to open up a new. Go to bookmarks. Go to OBS WebSocket Protocol MD. So switch scenes. Scene name. So that's right. Switch scenes. Scene name equals starting soon. Invalid request type. Nuh-uh. All right. So headers look fine. Error, invalid request type, status error. Okay, so let's do some debugging here. We'll go ahead and open up API, and right before we continue on anything else, we're going to raise an exception with data as the message. All right, we're going to restart the API. We're going to resend our starting soon. Good, we got our internal error. Exception, scene name, starting soon. So that's the data it's supposed to have for this particular API call. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the API. We're going to remove that exception, and we're just instead going to return data. Remove that part. We're going to resend our call to the API. All right, so it sends back scene name starting soon. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. If we take a look at switch scenes, which is the call we're making, oh, you know what? It indicates it indicates a scene change. That's not exactly what we're trying to do. Okay. Okay, so might be in set scene. I also remember something called get scene. Oh, get current scene, so set current scene. That's the call I'm looking for. Okay. Alright, so set current scene. Go ahead and return that to where it was before. And we're going to change switch scenes to set current scene. I'm going to go ahead and save that. All right, so did it pop an error? We gotta go look at this. Ah, cool, no error. Go back over to Firefox. Let's go back to our React app. All right, so starting soon, I could actually make that a little brighter. Let's take a look at that. Color FFFFF. That should be right white. Maybe it's text color. No. I'll look at that in a second. So this should trigger starting soon. Or not. Did I? Yeah, that's right. I also need to restart the Flask app. I need to get the debug run server starting on that so I can do it a little bit smoother when I'm developing like this. So for the last time, we should see starting soon popping up on the stream right now. Yeah. All right. Now I'm gonna go back to left monitor. Cool, and I did that just from my button box. That's particularly awesome. One problem. If we go to starting soon, and I'll go ahead and change this back to manual. You can see how it kind of just gives us the OK status, but it doesn't actually. It keeps on this page. It doesn't go back to the button box. So, what I will do then also is okay, so I need to all right, so let's see. All right, so we have in JavaScript. Var refer document dot refer, which is fully supported across all the major browsers. Maybe some of the not so major ones. So let's see how this works. So let's go ahead and copy this. Go over here to interface.js, and then we'll add this up here at the top so we can delete it easier later. I don't know if that var is actually a solid keyword. Okay, so yeah, it's assigned to a value, but is never used. So let's console info refer. And if we refresh that, we should see the referring link pop into the console down here. No. Might be the developer console. Okay, so interface.js line 9 is saying this is a blank string. So this document.refer is not working the way we expect it to. Let's take a look at this here. Okay, so let's look at something else then. React DOM refer. Okay. All right. So not so much. All right. So I'm going to do a little searching here. So how to refer state in link on React router. I don't think that's exactly what I'm setting to do. Okay. Refs and DOM. Okay, so this is ref. That's not exactly a refer. Okay. Oh. Referring, or not referrer. how do I get the current URI in React.js? Ooh. Location path name can get you the current URL path name inside of React component. There we go. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you, Suraj Sharma, for putting this on your webpage. So the simplest way to get the current URL and path name in React is using the browser's window object. Okay, yeah, window location href returns the absolute URL of a page. Perfect. No, don't necessarily need that. All right, cool. So I'll change this var refer to, let's see, what is it? Window dot location dot href. I'm gonna save that. So we're gonna go ahead and we have our console open down here. We're gonna refresh this. Hey, HTTP localhost 3000. That's exactly what we want. Now, what we'll have to do to get the reaction that we need from the API, but then just immediately redirect us back to the button box. So we're going to get into an issue with this because it's not going to retrieve the state. So eventually down the road, when we get to different tabs on the button box, whenever we click a button, it's going to go back just to the original starting page. It's not exactly what we want to do. All right. So I think that might be an idea to burn that bridge when we come to it. So let's just start off. I think I'm going to just start off with what I have the skill to change. Yeah. So we have refer. It works perfectly. I mean, it works nice enough. So one thing I also want to do is let's take a look at string concatenation in JavaScript. So string concatenation is adding additional characters to a string. So for example, we could see string equals hello plus space plus world. The act of concatenation is this addition plus. So that's very easy. When I initially learned C, we had to use what's called a stircat function, which did occasionally, be annoying. So we're gonna go ahead and remove this. Great. So yeah, we're going to keep that simple. And down here at row link, what we're going to do is HTTP. I'm going to put it after the equals. HTTP://127.001 / and that's where the no forward slash. So down here we're going to also add a we need 5,000 here because that's what the development server is running on. Row link plus we're going to put an ampersand ref equals plus refer. Great. Plus, oh, that's right. If there's no type, it's going to automatically type out to string. Good. So we'll save this. Ah, damn it. Darn it. I'm still working on how family friendly this is going to have to be. I want it to be fairly friendly, so darn it. So we'll take a look at 3 ways to concatenate this again. So I don't think I need to do an array join. Should be as easy as plus. Well, okay, because this isn't a JavaScript. This isn't JavaScript. This is element of a JSX element or JSX. These are properties in a JSX tag. So plus isn't going to be treated here as it would in a JavaScript. So we're going to have to do this particular math, for lack of a better term, outside of this. So we'll take a look at refer is set elsewhere. So if that's the case, this should work. But it's not. Alright, so maybe there's something to this. So it's JavaScript array map. Let's take a look at this. Okay, this is silly, but this might work. So I can't pass mapped variables here. So, but I can play with the variables up here in this function that creates the data. So what I could do is var refer and then var API equals, we'll call that http / when localhost 5000. Okay. So then down here we could put in refer, nope, API plus link plus and ref equals plus refer. That should work. I might have to enclose some things in curly braces like refer and API. We'll see how this works. Yes, I'm gonna have to put this in curly braces as well as this. Also didn't work. Great. Okay, so that didn't work. So it's an unexpected token. Cool. So we'll just var full link equals API plus link plus and ref equals plus refer. Cool. All right. So let's see. Oh, well, let's go ahead and just make sure everything here is what it's supposed to be. Yeah. Okay. So we should see when we reload our React app, we should see the links that it generates are not there. All right. Let's see why that might be. Okay. It's not working. I live for this. Oh, I'm sorry, Neo Memphis. Thank you. You could perhaps try looking into backticks instead. I'm not sure if this will help in this context. Do you mean backticks in the string concatenation? So, for example, like this. Running into an issue there too, but I appreciate that. I thank you. Okay. And sorry about that. I wasn't quite paying attention to my chat like I should have. Okay, so var full link, so it's going to return full link. So you can use the backticks to write a string. This is from NeoNemphis in chat. It's kind of, so you could use backticks to write a string with a variable inside of it. Like, okay. Worth a shot. Absolutely worth a shot. So let's go ahead and take out this part right here. We're going to return this function to what it needs to be. All right. Go ahead and go down to href. There. Okay, so I'm going to add that and API. And ampersand ref equals refer. Add another backtick there. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this a try. Okay, so it's throwing a little bit of an error there. So let's go back to, I like this idea and I think we might be onto something. So row link, we'll put that back there. So this is a tag element. For some reason, it's not letting... Okay. Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're dropping. Right on. Alright, so let's go ahead and give this a shot. Hey, okay, so API is assigned but never used. Okay, perfect. So let's see if we could do this. API plus row link plus ampersand ref plus refer. Hey! All right, so we're looking down at the bottom here. I see a link for localhost 5000 API. Okay, all right, and that sets a ref to, hey, NeoNemphis, thank you so much. I could have spent this whole stream trying to figure that out. That's amazing. One day I'm actually going to learn JavaScript, but until then, I'm glad I had you in the stream. Thank you. Awesome. All right, so now that we have a ref variable being passed in, we'll go back over to our API. We'll take a look at our request. Oh, I'm so happy that worked. That's awesome. Thank you so much. We'll take a look at our make request. And instead of return result, okay, so we definitely need to require ref. Actually, okay, if data ref totally, thank you. So we're going to return redirect to data ref. No, not what? Come on, code. There we go. Data ref. If data ref not equal none, else we're going to return result. Okay, so this is good with, okay, you know what, this is good with variable assignment. That's not going to work here. So we're going to go to destination equals data ref if data ref not equals none, else result. We're going to so that's going to be a bad redirect if we give it a non-URL. So we might need to encapsulate this in a try. So let's see when I'm going to return this to normal, or at least return it to the way it was. Return result. There we go. But let's try, instead of returning a result right away, let's go ahead and try let's try to return a redirect that's not a URL. I don't know why, but why not? So we're going to go over here to our React app. Let's go ahead and copy this link if we can. So we're going to go ahead, instead of sending a set current scene, we're going to send a get current scene. Right, and I need to eventually set up this to where whenever I create a change, it reruns the Flask app. Because I just stand there looking silly. Okay. Interesting. So, okay, so when you try to redirect that, it tries to redirect it to, so if it's not a URL, it just tries to add it to whatever the base URL is of the Flask app. Okay. I know what to do. So try. All right, let me think about Python. Let's open Python real quick. So let's A equals data test. That should give some kind of error. So it's a name error. All right, so data is not defined, but let's see what is it if data is defined. But then you try to, it's a key error. All right. So we'll go back over to here. Try A equals data ref if except going to return yeah, this is simple enough to help me catch it if I mess up. I will at some point square that away. Alright, so by this logic, we're going to try to assign destination to data. We're going to try to assign data ref to destination. And if we get a key error, we know that ref is not assigned, so we're going to return request must contain a valid ref before we ever send any kind of request to... I think that might actually be a little harsh. So instead of completely like dropping the request, we're going to go destination equals none here. And we're going to add so yeah, all right, so we're gonna call this none. Okay, I get it, I know what we're gonna do here. Then if destination, we're gonna return a redirect to destination, meaning we're gonna go back to the button box. Else we're gonna return, we're gonna add results. Uh-oh, not here. Okay, we're gonna add a key API warning equals, nope, all API calls must contain a valid ref. Now, that being said, our React front end is pulling the referring link right from the URL of the browser. So if for some reason this doesn't come and we get this API warning, that's going to be weird. And that's definitely going to be something to look into. So we'll go ahead and save that. We're going to check on our, right here. I'm going to copy this link. I'm going to paste it in, and we're going to take off that referring link. And we should see this pop over to coming soon, but to starting soon. But what is this, a movie? Okay, unable to connect. I got to rerun the app. So we should see this go over to the starting soon scene on OBS, but then we should see on the browser it'll actually return the it should actually return the JSON results, but we're actually getting an internal server error, which means I messed up my Python. So the view function for API call did not return a valid response. The function either returned none or ended without a return statement. What? Oh, that's right. So there's something here with this try. It didn't get a key error, it got something else. Maybe a name error? Let's go ahead and... I hate doing this, but... I kind of hate doing this, but let's just do a bare accept. Something will yell at me about that when I try to run this through the linter, probably when I commit this to Git. Alright, so go ahead and run this again. Okay, it goes back to starting soon, but we see we still have this internal server error. In this case, same thing. The function either returned none or ended without a return statement. Okay, it could be ending without a return statement. So, oh. That happened. All right. So we can actually go ahead and probably return this key index. Key error, rather. Okay, so again, switching to the scene starting soon. Good, and yeah. What am I doing? Seriously, I could just use the scene that keeps you with me. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Alright, so we're going to remove this link. Okay, so we got API warning. All API calls must contain a valid referral. So this is cool. So if I click a button and I see that we're getting JSON content from the API, I know something's wrong, and it's going to attach the API warning saying, hey fool, you forgot a reference link to in your API call. So boom, there, got it. Now, what happens now if we just click the button? Okay, so let's see why that is happening. So the link is localhost 5000 API call, set current scene name, and ref equals 3000, yeah. Alright, so there's something going on. The requested URL was not found on the server. If you entered a URL manually, please check your spelling and try again. Alright, so there's something up with that redirect. Alright, so let's go ahead and raise an exception here, just to make sure that the destination is the right format, it's the right pretty much everything. So, forgot to restart Flask, and refreshing here. Left, okay. A server encountered an internal error. Cool. New error. That means we're making progress. Great. So exception is HTTP. So for some reason, oh, that's right. Because when we do our typing, of variables that are coming as get, we're using semicolon, like the one you find in a URI, as a split character, a delimiter. So if key is not going to be in call or ref, then we'll split it. Else, we're just going to take the HTTP value as is. So do that. Next thing, setting up the run server for Flask. Seriously. Alright, so there we go. Now we should see an exception with the entire referring link. And we are not. Okay. So I wonder if it's the actual colon. Both of them, rather, that are in the... So if we did this, dash, would we get the full... Yeah, okay. So this is in the colon. This is with the delimiting character. And that's causing a bit of an issue. So let's see here. So first things first, let's raise an exception with data. We're going to see what's actually going to come around to the function when it's just fresh, when it's just ran. Let's see what's coming along. All right, so even when it's just, so there's nothing wrong with this particular part right here. It is in the data typing. So we'll leave that there. Actually, we'll go ahead and leave this here too. So we're going to go down here to down here. Okay. So, okay. So actually I should be doing not in. Okay, so if key's not in call or ref, then we do our typing with the colon. Otherwise, it's just going to accept the entire variable as a string. Good, so we do that. Go ahead and rerun Flask. Back over here to Firefox. Okay, so refer is not being put into the data at all. Okay, that's because, okay, so okay, so ref still needs to be processed and added to data, but it doesn't need to be typed. So data, but what if it's not sent? Okay, so let's think about this here. We're gonna go through let's go through the logic real quick, kind of to help me out here. If the key's not in call, it's gonna try the following. If key is not in ref, it's gonna go through the variable typing, or it's either gonna go through the variable typing or going to be output as a string. And if key is in ref, it's going to just output it as a string. So it's going to output the value without any typing, which could involve some misunderstandings with that colon character. So then if it sees an index error it's also going to add it just as a string. I could streamline that somehow. I wonder if this will work. Maybe that's not the best way to do it either. We'll be explicit with it. Alright, so let's go ahead and restart our Flask app. I'm back over here. This link. Okay, we got the ref value coming through. That's great. So now we can redirect it back to this this full URL. So I'm gonna go back over here. Let's go back to our React app. So we should see starting soon pop back up. But then I should... No, I did not. Okay, that's right, because I leave exceptions all the way, all around everywhere. Of course. So they were up here in the make request function. Go ahead and save that. So I think one of the things I want to implement on my stream is a counter for how many times I have to restart the application under development. That would be cool. We would be in a buffer overrun by now. All right. So, hey, cool. So it switched over to the starting soon, and it came back to the button box. So clicking on left monitor with lower left camera, boom, it makes the call, but it still comes back to this page. So we can actually go back over here to our button box over in interface.js. So we can actually go ahead and copy this. Change this to that. And this is going to be changed to outro. We're going to spell it correctly though. Go ahead and save that. Which looks like it recompiled and is fine. Yep. So we should see a lot more buttons. We see a lot more buttons. And we can go ahead and... I'm so happy! Ha! Awesome! Cool. So that's our button box working, at least partially. There's some styling to do. But then as I add more to this this rows column in the initial interface, what we'll see is buttons just dynamically going to new rows. Now, if I wanted to do something to where I have one big button that I could push if I have to, I could always create another basically another way to basically this portion right here, this XS, which defines that it's taking up 2 units of that column. What I could do is just go ahead and set it up to where a variable here, you could add like 4 something along those lines, and that'll actually dynamically set, not dynamically, but allow the size to be added to this row, and it's mapped, and then it's programmatically assigned a size as it goes through the array. Cool. Okay, so that is exactly what I want to do. How are we doing on time? I got about 15 more minutes to stream, I think. Cool. All right. So Great. So this is going to return it back to its standard interface. Now I want to go ahead and put these in tabs. So I did mention earlier in the stream that I want to do this to where it has one box, excuse me, one tab being like scene transitions, one tab being like a soundboard. Yeah, like a soundboard. So let's go back over to Material UI real quick. That's not it. That's not it at all. Yeah, tabs. Okay. Cool. Okay, so it does. So that is basic. So I don't think I need the experimental API. I don't think I need the wrapped labels. Color tabs might be cute. I like this fixed tab loop, or this the look of this fixed tab across the top like that. Basically the tabs are using the full width of the page. That's neat. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go with here. All right. So tab panel props children value index other equals props. Sweet. So I need to bring in prop types, swipeable views. Cool. All right. So first things first. So this is going to be scenes. So one thing I want to do is go ahead and rename this to scenes. And over in index.js, I'm going to go ahead and change this to scenes. So I'm going to change that to scenes interface. And then I'm going to change the default function to scenes interface here. So that should, yeah. Nope, wait, nope. Okay, good. So what we just basically did there is we changed the component from the entire interface to just the scenes interface. So when we go ahead and create our tab panels, all we have to do is add our scenes function to that panel. So yeah. Okay. So we need to add so it's saying we need to add swipeable view there, but I don't see anywhere where it says or it shows where it actually uses swipeable views at all. So we're gonna skip that. We're gonna skip prop types. Doesn't look like we need that either. We'll need app bar. I guess we probably need swipeable views for app bar. We'll bring in app bar. Tabs and tab. Okay. So this we're going to call interface because these are the panels. New files, interface.js. All right. So we need to import asterisk as React from React, just in case we need something from there. And then what did I say? I said tabs, app bar, tabs, and tab. No, it's MUI. Material. App bar. From MUI. Material. Tab. Cool. From MUI. Material. Tabs. Cool. Alright, so the next thing we need to create a tab panel, which is a function that looks like it sets... Okay, no, this is actually the entire tab panel. Cool. Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this over here so I can follow along as I type. Yeah, that works too, I guess. Put that on top for a moment. We're going to function, tab panel, props. So I mentioned before earlier in my stream, I do like to kind of manually type as much as I can, because it helps me commit to memory. And I need as much help as possible to commit to memory, that's for sure. Not as young as I used to be. Alright. Let's see, return that. Go ahead and add our closer there. That's interesting. So if the value isn't equal to the index, it actually sets it to hidden. It probably sets it to true. That's cool. Okay, that's a backtick. Full width tab panel. You got to be careful with that. That's actually one of the and this is actually a perfect example of what NeoNemphis was saying earlier about using backticks with adding variables like that. That's actually really cool. So, and then other. Anything else that gets passed, put it in there. Fair enough. That's the div. So we're going to add value equals index and box. So SX is a property in MUI5, Material UI5, that allows you to add CSS properties directly to the tag, to the JSX element, which is really neat. So there we go. We're gonna go box. That looks like it's done. I'm gonna add a div here and then finish up that function. All right, going a little further down. Okay, so this is adding prop types, so that might be why we have to add prop types. Yay. So import prop types from prop types. So we're gonna go tab panel prop types equals children prop types node, index, prop types number is required. All right, value prop types number is required. Right on. Okay, so far so good. I think this is probably gonna end up pretty dang cool. So export a default function. I think this is where the magic is gonna happen. So what do we call this? We'll just call it interface. So theme equals use theme, even though we're not using theme. We'll see how that goes. Constant value set value equals react use state 0. All right, so I read a little bit about React and state handling. That's cool. I want to give that like an honest read through at some point and really just understand how that works rather than just kind of trying to hack my way through this. A lot of this is very hacky. Set value equals, oh wait, hold on, set value index. This is going to be a handle change function, and we're going to finish that there. And then, okay. So now time to actually return our component. So we're gonna go ahead and return really? Okay. It's interesting. So even though we're going to apply a variant full width later on, we're still adding a width here in the CSS properties. Don't know why that might be. Value equals value. Oh, we don't need commas here because these are tags or properties. On change equals handle change. Indicator color equals secondary. Text color equals inherit. Variant equals full width, and this is where it's going to take up the entire part of the screen, and then each individual tab is going to basically center out. Label equals full width tab. All right, we'll call that there. Okay, so we have tab. We're giving the tab a label. We're calling it equip to tabs. We're calling it equip to app bar. Adding swipeable views, and then each tab panel is going to end up in a individual. Okay, all right. I got this. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and call tab label equals scenes ally props 0 call this soundboard. We'll call this future for future functionality, just so we could get a look how it looks with all tabs currently filled. Cool. Okay, so after tab, what do we do? Well, let's make this a little more readable. So after tab, we tabs, and then after that, we app bar. App bar. Okay, in honor of the Star Wars shirt I'm wearing today, so it's no longer interface, it's now Admiral App Bar, and then we're going to export function. No, we're just going to function. It's a tab. I think this will work. I hope this will work. I really hope this works, because this is hilarious. Alright, so we'll go ahead and we have some additional stuff to add to this. Alright, it sets the access. Index will be set to what the current value is, and then on change index equals handle change index. Then we have tab panel, value equals value, index equals 0. Direction equals theme direction. And this will be scenes. Now I need to add some other ones for our placeholders. But we'll just do this for right now. 2, 3, 4. We'll just have each of them pop into scenes until we get some additional functionality to throw in there. After tab panel, we go ahead and close out swipeable views. And that's going to be it for our box, which is actually going to be returned in our Admiral App Bar function. All right, let's hope this works. I really hope this works. This looks fun. It compiled successfully. That actually means nothing, come to think of it. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Alright. So I might have forgotten something in my Glee. Yeah. Alright. So we're gonna go back into index and so this is down here, this should be scenes interface. Okay, so up here we need to go ahead and import scenes interface. From scenes.js. Alright. That's cool. And then over here in interface, in index, we need to import Admiral Atbar from interface.js. Go ahead and save that. Okay, here we go. Syntax error, adjacent JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Okay, so swappable views. I think this is the enclosing tag down here, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm missing a tag? Nah. Actually, yeah, let me take a look at this. So swipeable view is supposed to be within a box, I guess. All right. Okay, so let's go back over here, and it's obviously an issue with interface where I have Admiral Atbar. All right, so tabs is here. I define tabs. I close tabs. All right, so then I label tabs here with their ally props. I close tabs, and then swappable views. All right, so okay, so I'm gonna have to go ahead. Adjacent JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. We're gonna have to go to Google for that one because it's just a little too React specific, I think, or JSX specific for me to understand exactly what that means right off the bat. I'm trying to set up my React.js app so that it only renders if a variable I have set is true. The way my render function is set up looks like... Okay. Why is this issue here, and what can I use to make this work? You should put your component between an enclosing tag, which means... Okay. I guess setting them around a div should help, even though the div won't actually div anything. Cool, cool. If that's what it wants, that's what it gets. Yeah. Okay, so this is done with a /, not a \. If it's getting down to this level of nitpicking with the errors, I have a good feeling about this. Dude! Alright. That sure came up over the top on me. Alright, so box is not defined, value is not defined, handle change is not defined. Okay, I'm going to import box from MUI material box. Alright, so value is not defined on 3920. Okay, so I might have to pull this out to the it's a tab function. Okay, there we go. Getting along here. So use theme is not defined, so I need to import that. Index is not defined. Okay. Okay, so index is apparently defined in tab panel. Am I missing something here? Swipeable views isn't defined. Oh, okay, yeah. So import swipeable views from React swipeable views. I might have to install another module here. Yup. So npm install React swipeable views. Let's see how this works. All right. We'll go ahead and npm start. All right. So, use theme is not defined, so I need to import that. Let me take a look at that. Oh yeah, here we go. So it says index is not defined, but it's on line 42. Okay. So Index is not defined. Ally props is not defined. Okay, so it's saying ally props not defined. There's nothing really in there. I'm missing something, I think. Okay. Props type. Ah, I'm missing a function called ally props. That's the problem. So there is downsides to not copying and pasting, I guess. I guess I need to put that inside. It's a tab. I wonder if I could do that. Probably not, but it's... I'm chuckling. Is that right? That's weird. That's weird. Yeah, usually returns are encapsulated in parentheses, but that's a curly bracket. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so it's still complaining about index not being defined and ally props not being defined. Ally props. So, pull this back out here. Put it up here. So there's absolutely no way it could think it has not been defined. Okay. Maybe it's this. So that's expected. So it expects this ellipsis here. But it's still saying this is undefined. Although we defined it. So let's go ahead and define it in the actual Didn't we do this? So I think we're at the process where we're doing something over and over and expecting a different result. We've gone insane. Officially. Alright. So So then on 50, it's also saying index is not defined either. Yeah, that's not working. Now, since just to get around this for the moment, I guess what we could do is pull this up here like this. Take that off, and then just in each of these, instead of calling the aliprops function, we could just return id full width tab 0. And then aria controls full width tab panel 0. Since that's the index that's being passed, I don't know if that's actually going to work. Nope. Pass them in through as properties. Well, that's interesting. Might be onto something here. I don't like it, but we're onto it. right, 3, 2, 1, save. All right, so now it's saying index is not defined at 44. So we are getting set value index here, which is a constant handle change. Okay. So did something with that... Hi, Chaos Hill Zone. Yeah, that's right. So what I'm doing right now is saving that particular part of the tab for, let's say, a future feature. So right now what I have planned out is scenes and soundboards on the button box. And then I'm sure I'll come up with something as time goes on. Thank you for pointing that out, and welcome to the stream. Cool. So, so I'm down here just to kind of catch you up. I'm working on this button box, and I was running into some issues with this label, or this tab. Now, with Material UI, what I was seeing is this thing gets a function called ally props, which takes the index, then returns the ID, and it returns an ID property and an ARIA controls property with indexes dynamically plugged in. For some reason, I am not getting... Oh. Okay, I see why now. So I need one handle change to set the value to new value, and I need one handle change index that takes a property index that sets the value index. Okay, all right. Now I see. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab these. Since the whole not copying and pasting thing right now is making for a long stream. Let's just say that. And this is going into the main... It's going to go into the it's a tab function. Yeah, I set this up wrong. There we go. All right, I think we have this figured out. All right, we could go ahead and... We could remove ally props, but I think we could just put it back in there to make it easier to see and remember. Also, in honor of today's Star Wars t-shirt, Chaos Hill Zone, we have our functions named Admiral Atbar, and it's a tab. I'm sure you'll get a kick out of that if you're a Star Wars fan. Throw a function back out there. Return. There we go. I save that. I expected a not equal equal, instead saw a not equal. So that is on line 18. Okay, so we'll add that. You know, I'm pretty new to JavaScript, so I don't even know where to put that. So if I'm making errors, I'm not handling them at all. So that would be an error handling. On the API backend though, that's in Python. I am much better with that, and I'm totally putting that in. Thank you. That would be awesome. So there we go. Okay, now it says ally props is defined but never used. That's good. We're making some great progress here. Put that back. We'll go ahead and grab this. Go ahead and save that. Why? Let's let's see. All right, you know what? Let's do this. Const ally prop equals index. Let's change this to an arrow function, kind of like the one above it, and see how that works. So we're not going to be returning something. We're using, yeah, okay, so we're gonna set value. Probably. Yeah, no, that said no. All right, so let's see how else we could do this. Let's look at, oh, me neither. Clearly, I do not know React either. I thought it was because of the ... as well. I thought maybe the ... was referencing just something strange, but yeah. So let's give it a shot. Actually, 3, because so if I remove that. Yeah, it comes back with the unexpected token, expected the ... So, and so a little background. I'm primarily a Python programmer. I'm dabbling a little bit in React for work, but generally speaking, I know next to nothing about what I'm doing. So right now I'm just kind of trying this. If that doesn't, trying that. That doesn't, kind of going from there. So yeah, that's kind of what's up there. So I think this ally props is not working the way I want it to, and it's causing more of a headache than it's solving. So I'm gonna go ahead and that there, and it kind of hurts me inside a little bit to do this, but you can't programmatically generate something. Move on with life. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I guess I could put like an array from 0 to 3 and just map it, but all right, and we're gonna go ahead and change this to equals. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chaos. All right, and then I also need to drop this colon from ID and pop that there. Because I'm going to thank you. Yeah, when I set up to start working with React, everything I saw, every tutorial I saw says I need at least a basic handle on JavaScript. No, I don't have that. So I'm just absolutely faking it until I make it. On the comma 2. Yes, thank you. save that. Oh, okay, that's right. I got too excited there. I jumped the gun. Yeah! All right. Awesome. So no errors on the compile there. Okay. So this is neat. It's not going the full width like I thought it would. It still works, I bet. If I click on lower right, yeah, the camera switches. Goes back over to lower left. Awesome. Things have just gone a little weird. So it looks like the app bar is also running into this. So let's go ahead and see how we set up the interface of index. So it's pulling in Admiral app bar. Now Admiral app bar is pulling in the scenes interface for each and every tag, which I guess we don't need right now because that's just confusing the matter. Okay, now it looks like Admiral app bars and its tabs theming is overwriting the entire paper, the paper background. So, so if we refresh this, yeah, soundboard feature. All right, so, okay, so we basically need to move the buttons outside of app bar. And okay, all right. So these are the tab panels. So this is saying swipeable views. What's swipeable about it? Maybe it's something with mobile. So, okay. So the content has to go in outside of the app bar. But as we're calling it right now, we're calling it a tab in Admiral app bar, which is putting these tab panels in Admiral app bar and subjecting it to its own style, to Admiral app bar style. So one thing I do want to do, so this app bar is not going full width like I wanted it to, even though we have full width tabs in the variants over here. It's constraining it to this right here. So I'm changing that 500 to 100% and it's not working. Maybe there we go. They slide it in, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, needed quotes. Thank you, Chaos. So maybe it's also something on mobile, or it's kind of understated on the browser. Which if that's the case, and it does end up being swipeable somehow if you have like a touchscreen interface, where I intend to actually run this is on a Raspberry Pi with a touchscreen interface. So if that works and that slides like that, that would be so cool, and it would be an incredibly unintended consequence. Hey, there we go, 100%. Now, next thing, nice. So our next task here is to move these individual buttons outside of this app bar, because that is causing grief. All right, so, So these actually, the swipeable view part right here will actually have to go out into would have to go into these. Ooh, I haven't tried mobile view actually. Let's try that. Ah. Yeah, there's mobile view, or something like it. Well, it does kind of swipe, but it doesn't click and drag really. Well, I certainly think that. Oh, okay. So this is the um, device simulation changes require a reload to fully apply. Automatic reloads are disabled by default to avoid. Okay. So put different buttons on tab 2. There you go. That's a good idea. Okay, I see where you're going with that. See if changing tabs swipes between them. So, interface. I need to put a box here. Close that. Then I need to put a link. Yeah, so if I just put a link here, it doesn't have to have much in it. It'll let us at least test out the whole swiping thing. The tab control itself uses the swiping logic too. You know, you're not wrong. I don't think you actually are wrong. I do see a swiping motion when I do see a swiping motion from like the highlighting or the underlining when going from one tab to the other. Okay, so reloading. Okay, reference error, link is not defined. Nuh-uh. It's literally defined right here, dude. There we go. Ah, you know what? Yeah. So I had to reload the tab, but I could actually click it and drag it off to the left. That is mighty cool. Mighty cool. And this mobile feature is really neat. Thank you for cluing me in on that, Joe. On cluing me in on that, Chaos. I appreciate it. Cool. All right. So that's neat. It's really neat. It doesn't swipe back so easy though. Oh, cause I don't have any like. like data over here. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and go back to trying to get these starting soon buttons outside of the app bar's background. So, go ahead and take this part, this testing stuff out of. Yes, it. Yeah, if I wasn't fat fingering things before. All right, so. So this tab panel needs to be. So why don't, instead of trying to move the buttons out of the app bar, moving the formatting of the box. Now there's not really much formatting even there. Okay. Night. Good night, Chaos Hill Zone. Thanks for popping in. Okay. So maybe. So I don't have app bar above tab panel because I am. Okay. All right. I think I'm onto something here. Go back into interfaces and I'm going to grab swipeable views. I'm going to grab tab panels. Okay. All right. And I'm going to go up here and define function. It's a tab panel. Now I need, it's going to be a return. Okay, put that there. Kind of clean this up because no matter where I paste anything in VS Code, it does not hesitate to mess up formatting, and it does not make it readable at all. All right, so there. Close that off, and we're gonna pull swipeable views over here, and it's a tab. It's going to be there, and then it's a tab panel. It's gonna be down here. Save that. Ah, it failed. Let's see. Okay, so adjacent JSX elements should be. Okay, yeah, so much like the last time, we're going to give it a div, even though it's not going to do much. Maybe that's what it meant. Okay, so moving right along here. Let's see. Okay. Turns box at bar. It's a tab. I close its app bar. It's a tab panel. Div. Okay. So app bar, it's a tab, has to be on the same line. Or in this, it's a tab has to be in app bar. And then it's a tab panel needs to be outside of app bar to avoid app bar's formatting. But maybe it's just this that needs a div. Oh, yeah, of course, because it's a problem with tab panels. Okay, different error. Probably okay. So this is complaining about theme and value. So I need to pass in value to it's a tab panel. How do I do that? So first things first, constant theme needs to be pulled up, also brought over here. So that'll resolve the theme errors. Now value is not defined. So how do I... So would I also use const react use state value and set value over on the other one too? Okay, yeah, evidently I do. So set value is defined but never used. Let's go ahead and define it. We don't define it. Okay. So this is a warning, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. Let's see what it actually did to our app. Hey, there we go. All right. So what this tells me right here is I need to add additional tags to help out with sizing. Especially in terms of how it okay. So okay. Starting soon. Okay. So I need to add some additional sizing for the grid tabs to where they're handled a little better. I know there's a way to do it. There has to be. So the tags I'm using right now is XS, but I know there are other tags we could use, MD. So yeah, MD for example. So so evidently these are called breakpoints. And components may have multiple widths defined, causing the layout to change at the defined breakpoint. Width values given to larger breakpoints override those given to smaller breakpoints. For example, extra small 12, small 6 sizes components to occupy half of the viewport width, 6 columns, when viewport is 600 or more pixels. For smaller viewports, the component fills all 12 available columns. That's cool. So let's see if there are others. So if there are others in addition to XS and MD, we would go to the API for this. Cool. So let's just do since it's probably going to be grouped together, XS, XL, SM, and MD. So small SM, MD, LG, XL, and XS. So extra small, small, medium, large, and extra large. This is gonna be cool. All right. So I'm actually very, very, very glad I mapped these. So instead of having to change these to from every button that I created, all I have to do is extra small. So let's look at here. Defines the number of grids the component is going to use. It is applied for the XL breakpoint and wider screens. I wonder what happens if I just put all of these to auto. Howdy. An error happens. I need to quote things. Okay, so those are warnings. I could deal with that. Hey, there we go. And then as it gets bigger, or rather as it gets smaller, there we go. That's pretty cool. So how many buttons will it accept? So let's play with it a little bit. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Probably okay. Well, it doesn't even out. So if I switch out of mobile view, and I need to refresh this. Okay, so it gets the at bar all the way across the top. Then it kind of just flops these here. Then as I move in, it changes the sizes of the buttons based on the viewport width, which is the width of the browser. I'm really kind of happy how this is turning out. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and remove these. It's my React app. Uh-oh. Okay, so that's not... Soundboard isn't working yet. Good to know. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get this committed and pushed. Um, so, are you supposed to push node modules to, oh my god, to node modules to GitHub? Native node modules need to be recompiled if you deploy to a platform different than your development machine. Common use case: you develop on Mac, deploy on Linux. Not committing node modules implies you need to list all your modules in the package JSON and package lock JSON as a mandatory step. So let's take a look at that and see what this says. So you keep your Git history clean. When you add a new package, you store the package JSON on and package lock JSON file changes. When you decide to update the package versions, you store the package lock JSON file. All you store is the package lock JSON file. Okay, so I'm pretty clear on the idea of not committing node modules. I just need to figure out how to set up packages and package lock JSON. Okay, evidently Node takes care of that for us with each update. That is awesome. Score 1 for Node. So we're going to also add node modules to our gitignore. No, move this, remove that. Okay, first things first, added ref handling on backend and redirect. All right, so gitignore. Admiral bar, and buttons initial commit. Cool. All right. So that's pushed up to the repository. If you'd like to check it out, the repository's in the channel profile page. I think that's what it's called. I'm pretty new. Thank you everybody who came out for the stream tonight. It was very fun. I enjoy, part of why I like Dakota is I enjoy seeing that error and then gnashing my teeth as I try to figure out ways to get around it and get through it. Sometimes it seems very frustrating, but I live for it. So thank you all for joining me on that, and thank you to Chaos Hill Zone and Neo Memphis for popping in and helping out with some particular aspects of JavaScript that might have been throwing me off. I really appreciate that. And yeah, that was it. Thank you so much. I think we had a great stream. We went for about 4 hours and 15 minutes today. That's a good run, I think. Probably one of my longest videos today. So yeah, that was that. Good stuff. We'll go ahead and call it a stream today, and hope you all join me next time. Thank you so much. Bye. I've been wanting to do this with the button box.